Good evening. The workshop meeting of the Tomball ISD Board of Trustees is called to order. The time is now 5:31 p.m. Central Time on September 8th, 2025. For the record, a quorum of the board is present. All trustees are in attendance tonight. It's wonderful to see everyone. The meeting is being recorded in accordance with the Government Code Section 551.128. The main purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive reports from administration and receive the business agenda for the regular meeting, which is tomorrow night. That'll take place on Tuesday evening, tomorrow night. Any action regarding items on the business agenda will be taken at this regular meeting. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees, and it is open to the public, and we're super excited that you're here. Thank you for taking the time to visit and attend this meeting. However, it is not a meeting of the public. Public participation is limited to designated times during the meeting for citizen comment for those that have registered to speak in accordance with board procedures. We do ask for your cooperation, ensuring that the meeting runs in an orderly manner. Dr. Z, before I turn it over to you, there's somebody in the audience that I don't know that we've done a recognition of him, and that is Bruce Hillegeist, folks. Bruce Hillegeist is the, hey, Bruce, wave if you don't mind.
Mr. Tomball.
Yeah. You may or may not know, Bruce is a graduate of Tomball High School, long-time Tomball resident, and CEO and leader of our Greater Tomball Chamber of Commerce, and certainly is a great advocate for commerce and business in our community. But man, he bleeds red. He bleeds blue, and I think he's going to start bleeding a little black and yellow coming up. But lovingly referred to as Mr. Tomball. And so we're glad you're here, Bruce. Thank you for being with us.
He's also a board member on our Tomball Education Foundation, as a matter of fact. Has been from the beginning, I believe, right? Founding member.
Thank you, Bruce. We're glad you're here. So at this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Martha Salazar-Zamora, to proceed with reports.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to kick off this meeting this evening. President Pratt, Dr. Pratt, members of the board, those of you in the audience this evening, we have two reports with us for tonight. The first report is the School Health Advisory Council, otherwise known as SHAC, membership. Karen Graves, our Director of Administrative Services, will give us an update on SHAC.
Okay. Good evening, President Dr. Pratt, Dr. Salazar-Zamora, members of the board and cabinet. Tonight, I'm going to read to you the members of the SHAC committee who have been appointed by the board, and then I will read the members who have been appointed by the superintendent. And the members are the members appointed by the board are Amy Bro, Amber Wittenbert, Lauren Bump, Lauren Gordon, Vinita Imahelu, Carrie Mills, Elizabeth Peltier, Michelle Redd, Lacey Housel, Christy Pretty, Robert Parr, Chad Williams, Eric Zorneman, and Joyce Lynn Ray. The members that are appointed by the superintendent for the 25-26 school year are Bob Thompson, Dean of Student Advancement, Kathy Poole, Director of Health Services, Whitney Johnson, Director of Child Nutrition, Chris Scott, Athletic Director, Dr. Stephen Gutierrez, Chief Operating Officer, Karen Graves, Director of Administrative Services, and Stephen Shields, Director of Guidance and Counseling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen. Appreciate it. The next report item we have this evening is property tax rate adoption. Zach Bowles, our CFO, will give this presentation. Mr. Bowles.
All right, good evening. President Dr. Pratt, Dr. Salazar-Zamora, members of the board. Tonight we'll be discussing the adoption of the 2025 tax rate, which is the final piece of the 25-26 budget process. So ready to finalize 25-26 and next month start moving on to 26-27. So a little bit of a break after we get done with this, but not much. Tonight, we'll talk a little bit about property tax values, tax rate compression, our debt plan as a district, and ultimately the proposed tax rate. But as we move into that, just want to take a second to look at some important dates on our timeline to tax rate adoption. And so that really starts on July 25th, when the district is set to receive our certified estimates of property values from our appraisal districts. And Tomball ISD is split between both Harris County and Montgomery County, so we receive those estimates from both of those appraisal districts. Once we have the certified estimates, what we're then required to do is to turn those numbers over to TEA by July 31st. And that's because TEA will then take those and calculate what's called the maximum compressed rate. The maximum compressed rate, or the MCR, that is the primary component of the maintenance and operations tax rate, or portion of the total tax rate. And it's also the state's tool for providing ongoing property tax relief for taxpayers. So we'll talk a lot more about how that's calculated as we move through, but just in the general timeline, we'll submit those numbers to TEA on July 31st. They're going to publish a preliminary maximum compressed rate for every district on August 5th. And again, that calculation is done by TEA. And then once we have our final MCR approved by TEA, we can take our certified values that we get from the appraisal districts on September 1st, which we received early last week. And then we can do our final calculations using the Texas State Comptroller's tax rate worksheet, utilizing the numbers coming from our appraisal districts, and provide a property tax rate based on those calculations for the board to consider tomorrow night. So looking at our estimated property values, we get estimates twice a year, once in April and once in July. Both the April and July estimates for 2025 were based on the $100,000 homestead exemption. And so that is prior to a legislation being passed in the most recent legislative session to increase or propose to increase the homestead exemption to $140,000. That increase will be on the November ballot, and so taxpayers are expected to vote on it then. The expectation is that passes, so in everything we do with the tax rate moving forward, we're basing our tax rate calculation on the expectation that the homestead exemption will be approved to increase to $140,000. Should that not happen, should that ballot measure fail in November, we would have to go back and recalculate everyone's tax bill back to the $100,000 homestead exemption and send out amended tax statements. Nobody anticipates that to occur, which is why the state requires us to move forward with adoption using the $140,000 exemption. So you can see in April and July, there's a little bit of an increase on what we saw as estimates coming from our appraisal districts. You pick up about $500 million in value to the tax base from April to July. But then in September, when we get our certified values, you can see the impact of the increase in the homestead exemption and what that does to the tax base for the district, or the values of the district. So really, that increase of $40,000 for each homestead will reduce down the district's values by $1.4 billion. And so that becomes a big figure as we talk about what happens in the maximum compressed rate calculation. So just keep in mind that if you're comparing apples to apples and looking at growth from 2024 to 2025 using a $100,000 exemption, we had roughly a 9% increase in the values tax base of the district. Factoring in the $140,000 homestead exemption and that reduction of $1.4 billion, our growth in the district drops to 1.6%. So greatly reduces the overall growth when you do it on a year-to-year basis.
Hey, Zach.
Yes, sir.
I know you like to save questions for the end, and I always encourage that, but can we just talk about the timing of the current plan for the tax statements to go out? And are we likely to put some wording in that tax statement? Because I expect the tax statements to go out before the election in November. So can you kind of operationally talk through that a little bit?
So our plan would be, once the tax rate is adopted, we would be planning to send out tax statements as we've done in prior years by October 1st. Along with that, because of the change in the homestead exemption, there is some additional language we have to put on the tax statement to let them know that this could happen, but that's a requirement. So we did that also in 2023 as well.
So I would expect our collections certainly to kind of be minimal up until probably the election results are certified somewhere in mid-November. Is that kind of the thinking it passes, right? Of course,
Yeah.
I would be supporting it.
Right. So more than likely, what we see on an annual basis is that most payments are coming in towards the end of November,
Okay.
throughout the month of December, January. So those are our heaviest months. You'll have some people that get ahead of their payment and they want to beat that deadline, but most will occur in that December, January time frame.
Thanks, Doug.
No problem. All right, so the big portion, again, of the maintenance and operations tax rate is geared around the calculation of this maximum compressed rate. And so again, the state uses that as their tool for helping to reduce the overall, providing property tax relief to taxpayers. It's their annual way of being able to do that. But that calculation is really broken down into two tiers. So the first tier of the calculation process looks at statewide compression. And the state is going to identify what their projected growth statewide for property values is going to be. And so for tax year 2025, they're using 5.6% growth. In addition to the growth factor, the state also has the ability, with the approval of the legislature, to provide an additional buy down of the compressed rate. And so in 25, they did that. They bought down the compression by another 3.31 cents. And so what they've come up with for 2025 is you have a statewide compressed rate that every district in the state has to be at of 63.22 cents. So every district in the state has to be at that statewide maximum compressed rate or less. And so the or less part really comes into play when you look at the local level. And what is the local growth look like for each individual district across the state? And so local compression is only required if your property value growth exceeds 2.5%. So if we are growing faster than 2.5%, we're going to be required to compress the maintenance and that MCR even further than what the state requires, right? With the way that the state did their calculation of local growth this year, they used a comparison of 2024 values at $100,000 homestead exemption to 2025 values with $140,000 homestead exemption. So instead of apples to apples, you have a little bit of a different comparison there. And so our local growth as calculated in that nature by TEA and as stated by the legislature is only 1.6%. So for 2025, we don't have any additional local compression that's required by state law. So there's not going to be any additional compression of that MCR. We're going to be based on where the state tells us, right? There's a little bit of a limitation when it comes to compression, and that's just to say that for any district in the state of Texas, no district can have a maximum compressed rate that's below 90% of what the statewide compression is. So they'll take that statewide rate of 63.22 cents, apply a 90% factor to that, and so no district in the state of Texas can have a maximum compressed rate or MCR below 56.89 cents. Because we didn't have any additional local compression and our maximum compressed rate in 2024 was already at 61.69 cents, we were already below the state required rate, but we're above the local 90% cap on the floor of that compression rate. So because we're sitting in the middle, we weren't impacted by the state's overall reduction, and we don't have any local compression, our maximum compressed rate for Tomball ISD stays exactly the same as it was in 2024. And so all of that calculation, again, is done by TEA using all of the information that comes from our appraisal districts, and we don't really have a say in that calculation whatsoever. That's what the state's going to tell you you have to have set as your maximum compressed rate. So the only other portion of the maintenance and operations tax rate that's left besides the MCR is what we call Tier 2, an enrichment tax. The state of Texas allows every district in the state to access the first 5 pennies of the enrichment tax. Districts are able to access up to 17 cents, but every penny above the 5 cents requires taxpayer approval. So since we are not seeking taxpayer approval to go above the 5 cents, the 5 cent enrichment tax is what the district is allowed by state law and by TEA to incorporate into their maintenance and operations tax rate. And that's how you end up with your total M&O tax rate at 66.69 cents. And again, because there's no change to the MCR from 2024, and we're not seeking approval from taxpayers to increase our Tier 2 pennies to access any more of those, then our M&O tax rate for 2025 is not going to see a reduction. You're going to see the exact same tax rate. So that's the last piece of the M&O side. Before I move on to the INS, I was going to stop here for any questions you might have on this portion.
Can you go back one slide?
Yes.
Explain to me again the 5.6. Would that be considered a floor?
That's the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so the state puts a cap. They don't want any district in the state to have less than 90, or to adopt a maximum compressed rate less than 90% of what the statewide compression is. Part of that is we've experienced it before. We had a year where we had 16% growth. We hit the floor. If the floor is not there, our M&O tax rate would go further or lower, but anytime that compression occurs, the funding responsibility shifts from the local taxpayer to the state. So that 90% floor is really the state's way of saying we're going to sort of manage the growth here and not overburden ourselves within our budget of how much we need to put forth towards property tax reduction.
So our local ceiling, as told us by the state, is the 6169.
That's correct.
But we could go as low as 5.689?
No, because we don't have local growth above the 2.5%, we can't go below the 6169. So that's really our ceiling and our floor at the same time.
That's what I wanted everyone to be clear, that the state is dictating our ceiling and our floor, and you're telling me it's the same number.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have no local control over this, in other words.
Very well put.
You can say that, Zach.
Yes.
That's a good call out, Jennifer.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. So the other portion of the total tax rate that the district adopts beyond the maintenance and operations is the interest and sinking side. And the interest and sinking is what we utilize in the district to repay debt from bond funds that have been authorized by the community, by taxpayers, through elections, as well as then issued by the district for the purpose of building facilities, renovations, things of that nature. But this is the INS is the funding that provides for the repayment of the debt. And so when we look at 25-26, we know right off that our current interest and sinking tax rate of 39.6 cents, as it was in 2024, is what we need in 2025 to repay the debt obligations of the district. Now, in years past, or the last 2 to 3 years at least, we've had the opportunity within our debt structure, we've had the capacity to come to the board and present the opportunity to make an early repayment of debt through the use of what we call a defeasance. And so that just allowed us to utilize the capacity in the tax rate to repay debt early. What we've done over the course of the issuance of the final $94 million tied to Bond 2021 and the first issuance out of Bond 2025 is we've used that capacity to shorten the maturities in our debt structure for that debt that's been issued. So we're not necessarily going out and outright repaying debt early, but we are shortening the maturities of our debt to save on long-term interest costs and make sure that we're maintaining that goal of the district as a weighted average maturity in our debt structure of less than 15 years. And so this the 39.6 cents for the interest and sinking tax rate would provide for all of the debt obligations that the district has existing now. But there would not be any additional request of the board to approve any early repayment of debt through a defeasance. The other thing I will mention there, you do have the reduction to the tax base through the increase to the homestead exemption. But what is happening on the debt side is that there's a hold harmless provision in there for debt that's been issued before September of 2025. And so with that incorporated, along with the collections at the local level, the state's hold harmless amount is what combines in a total to fund those debt obligations.
But that hold harmless will be, and will carry forward throughout the life of the
debt that was issued.
that was issued before September.
Yes, that's correct. All right, so highlighting just a little bit there, we don't have the additional local MCR compression because of the way the state really did their calculation. They changed it up a little bit from 2023, and so we saw that calculation really resulted in a value growth of the district at the local level of only 1.6% or 1.61. We didn't exceed that 2.5%, so there's no additional compression. And then with what we've done with our issuance of the debt in July for Bond 2025, we've utilized the structure within our debt plan to ensure that within the current INS tax rate, we can shorten the average maturity of our debt through that issuance. So the 2025 proposed tax rate would have a maintenance and operations and interest and sinking tax rate exactly the same as 2024 for a total tax rate of $1.629. And again, it would be exactly the same as the prior year. So from a historical standpoint, we like to look at change over time for the district. Over the last 10 years, effectively or essentially, you've seen a 28-cent reduction in the district's total tax rate. That's going to be through not only the work that the state has done on the legislative side to implement property tax reduction through the compression of the M&O tax rate, but also the work that the district does to manage our budgets, to manage the INS side of the tax rate when we issue debt, the structure of our debt, to ensure that we aren't doing something that's going to cause that tax rate to rise. So,
And Zach, is it fair to say that the compression began in 23?
It actually began in 2019.
2019?
2023 was just a significant change because the state used part of their $32 billion surplus. They used $18 billion to buy down the tax rate in 2023. And so that was because of what they did with that buy down is why you see such a large drop. So from a taxpayer standpoint, we always want to look at what are the changes year over year and how's that going to impact our taxpayers. What we're looking at here in the numbers, and when you look at the average taxable value, what I want to accomplish with this slide here is to show what the changes in the variables are from year over year if you're applying that to the same taxable value, the average taxable value in 2025. So the only variable that's really changing, because we're not changing or proposing to change the overall tax rate, but the variable that's changing this year from last year is the exemption value. So movement from a $100,000 exemption to a $140,000 exemption. If we're applying both of those things to the current 2025 average taxable value, the average homeowner is going to see a reduction of $426, which is 12.7% reduction, as opposed to if the state had not done anything with the homestead exemption. If the state had not increased the homestead exemption, then we really wouldn't be talking about any change other than if the individual sees an increase in their own individual taxable values because of the rate staying the same. Okay. So the tricky part, because the state likes to provide some challenges in how do we explain things. When we get to the adoption, there's a portion of the comptroller's tax rate worksheet that requires us to calculate what's called the no new revenue tax rate. And so that really represents that you're taking the total tax rate, or you're calculating a total tax rate that's needed to generate the same tax levy from the prior year, but you're using the current year property values to do that. So they want to know what's the rate, if you applied it to this year's values, that would generate the same levy you collected last year. So the key there is the difference between levy, which is the amount that total amount that you're generating in tax dollars, versus the rate, which is the rate you're applying to the property values to generate the levy. What they do when they calculate the no new revenue rate is they take last year's levy and they make some adjustments for lost property levies that we had throughout the year, and then they'll also adjust the current year taxable values by reducing out the new property values that have come online that weren't existing in the prior year. So when we go through the calculation process using that comptroller's worksheet, we calculate out a no new revenue tax rate of $1.523. Well, because of where the M&O tax rate plus the INS tax rate needs to be set at for the district, our proposed 2025 tax rate of $1.629 exceeds the no new revenue tax rate. When a district has adopted or is adopting a property tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue tax rate, we're required by law when the board goes to make the motion to approve, they have to state the following. And this is required by law. The board motion has to read, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.629, which is effectively a 1% increase in the tax rate. Although, if you think back a few slides, the tax rate overall is not changing from 2024 to 2025. It's different language. It's required by law. It's really trying to say that you're generating a higher levy because your tax rate is being set where it is, but it's not that we're truly increasing our tax rate. We are generating a higher levy because of where the tax rate is set, but that's what occurs with other districts that are fast growth, that are still having growth. Even last year at this time when we went through this process, this actually read 17%. So because of the changes with the homestead exemption, reducing down the overall values of the district, that increase is showing a lot less. It's 1%. Something that I like to point out there, the reason why we can't just say, well, what if we just adopted a tax rate that was lower by board choice and to not have to read that and make that motion as part of our approval process. One, you have the issue with where your INS needs to be set. You have the issue with the MCR side of the maintenance and operations tax rate and how that's automatically calculated by TEA. So if the district chose to not take full advantage of the 5 enrichment pennies and reduce the tax rate down to avoid the motion, We'd actually, when we set that and we do the calculation, we lose $4 million in state funding, in the combination of state funding and local revenues, because we're not setting the tax rate at basically where the state expects us to. Right. So that's sort of the reason why it's, even though it's required by law that we have to make the motion when we adopt a rate above the no new revenue rate, there's really, because of the restrictions on the M&O side and the INS with where we're at, we wouldn't want to adopt something lower and impact the amount of funding that we're receiving from the state and local at this point in time. So what we have done in the past, a couple of years now, is we make the recommendation that in addition to the state required language for the board motion, that we add something for clarification. And that would be to add to that motion and further move that the board approve the resolution adopting the tax rate and levy ad valorem taxes for the year 2025 as reflected in the resolution with no increase to the tax rate. That's sort of the clarifying piece, I think, that's needed when you don't have an increase to the tax rate from year to year on paper. Last year, when we made this recommendation, it was actually because we had a reduction in the tax rate, but we still had to make the motion because we were in excess of the no new revenue rate. So that's the motion and the recommendation or recommendation for the additional language from us as you consider the adoption of the property tax rate tomorrow night. And with that, I'll open it up for any additional questions.
Are you saying that if we were to forego the 5-cent enrichment, that would get us to the no new revenue?
Not forego, just
We'd keep part of it.
You would
we
keep
get closer.
Right. So if to get to that $1.53, you'd have to reduce that side of it by a penny. But that penny basically is what results in a $4 million reduction to
What
funding.
does the 5 penny come out to in revenue? Do you know approximately?
I don't have that number
Just
right
so you
off
could
my
explain
head.
to people, we
So-
could, if we gave up this 5 penny, but that's also forfeiting the 4 million from state funding,
Right.
just so people understand.
So I'll because I don't have the state number in front of me, I'll say it from from like the local side. Each penny, when you look at our tax base being roughly 18 billion, 1 penny is the equivalent of $1.8 million. So all 5 of those pennies, 9.8 million just on the local side. And then you would have any reduction on the state side because you're not meeting your local obligation or funding responsibility.
So Zach, let's make it real. So your slide on your typical appraised value home, this slide. So last year, the average property tax bill was $3,354. Assuming that November election occurs and the state of Texas votes to support the additional homestead exemption, then that's a $426 reduction for the same taxable value of that home.
So I'll clarify a piece of that.
Yep.
But overall, in what you just said, you're right. When you look at the $100,000 exemption side, that average property tax bill is looking at the current year's average value, so 2025 current value, but with a $100,000 exemption as opposed to the 140.
The one variable here is the appraised value of the property.
And right.
Yeah. But based upon this math exercise, without fully comprehending the appraised value difference from last year to this year, your math says $426. So there's our savings.
Right. Yes.
So if you applied, I don't know, you said 9% is what the average tax increase is, or 1.6?
So 1.6 is after the implementation of the new homestead exemption amount.
Okay.
If they were comparing apples to apples, it would, 100,000 to 100,000, it would have been about a 9% growth.
Okay. So the math's not here in a table, but based upon what you've shared, the homestead exemption, if approved on the ballot to the tune of 140,000, will result in a taxpayer savings.
That's correct.
The rough math, the most assertive is $426. It will likely be something less once the appraised value is factored in.
Yeah, because, and if you're trying to look at a year-to-year comparison,
Yeah.
yes. If you're looking at just the impact to current year, if the $140,000 exemption isn't there, you're paying $426 more
Yep.
than what, if that's approved during the election.
And all I'm trying to do, and kind of the thinking along that line of questions is, right, the motion and what we're required to,
Right.
what does it really mean to the pocketbook, right? And I'm trying to figure out what that math is, assuming that that average taxable value goes up 9%, 1.6%, whatever that is. It's still likely to be a savings because that's where the rubber meets the road, right? The taxpayer savings.
That's correct. So if we took it from that avenue, last year's average taxable value that we got from the appraisal districts this time a year ago was actually $436,000. So the average home value across the district has gone down a bit.
Going down.
But our overall tax base has grown.
Right. So as a kind of a bonus, could you tomorrow help me with the answer to an assumption on what the appraised value is going to be for 2025, applying the 140,000 homestead exemption and what that likely savings could be?
As opposed to the average value that we had last year.
However, the best math, I'm trying to figure out what is it going to mean to the average taxpayer on a reduction if it passes in November. And so it's a tweak on the average taxable value piece in this table.
Okay.
My assumption is it's going to still be a savings.
Yes.
Despite whatever language we need to read and increase or no increase, all that kind of stuff.
And I can use the average. Every taxpayer is going to have seen something a little
understand.
different.
I understand.
But I'll use the average.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Bowles. Appreciate it very much. Okay, we have no speakers signed up for tonight, so I would like to move into a review of the business agenda for September the 9th.
Let me interrupt you just a second, though.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to recognize former board trustee Matt Shield is in the audience. Hey, Matt, good to see you.
Good to see you, Matt.
Dr. Z, go ahead.
All right, moving on to our agenda for tomorrow evening. We have consent agenda items that you are very familiar with. One being a donation in the amount of $5,000 from Lemon Avenue Holdings LLC to Tomball Memorial High School football. I want to give a big thank you to Karen Graves and all of the members of the board members that are part of the policy committee, because what you don't know, those of you in the audience, is they spend a lot of time communicating to ensure that all of the policies are in place. And of course, Karen spends an exorbitant amount of time dealing with policies and getting them exactly as we want them, because policies are so very important in the work that we do. So thank you to the committee, our president, and of course, Karen Graves. We do have a few students that have requested for out-of-state field trips from both of our high schools, and they include Tomball High School Baseball for a baseball tournament, Tomball High School Orchestra for UIL Sight Reading Contest, Tomball Memorial High School FFA for a National Qualifying Home Site and Land Contest, Tomball Memorial High School FFA Washington Leadership Conference, Tomball Memorial High School National Barbecue Competition, Tomball Memorial High School Taffy, and that is the Future Educators Club for National Educators Rising Competition, and last but not least, Tomball Memorial High School Family, Career, and Community Leadership of America, otherwise known as FCCLA National Competition and Convention. Moving on to the considered agenda, item A. It is a little lengthy. In our conversation, I want you to remember there's been a lot of dialogue about this, and I'm excited that we are at the point of approval of the purchase of land consisting of one parcel of approximately 27.5 acres and one parcel of approximately 82.5 0.5 acres. The location is listed in Harris County to be used for district facilities and related purposes, and authorize myself or a designee to negotiate and execute a final sale and purchase agreement with a total purchase amount of approximately $13,633,543, as well as any related necessary amendments, closing documents, or other post-closing documents, again, using bond 2025. As you just heard from Mr. Bowles, Zach covered the adoption of the tax rate resolution with a total property tax rate of 1.0629, with the M&O tax rate of 0.6669, and an INS tax rate of 0.3960.
Hey, Dr. Z, so the
Yes.
proposed tax rate of $1,
$1.
1.10629 ties to the balanced budget that we approved.
Yes, sir, it
Right.
does.
So the assumptions that we reviewed in the balanced budget had the belief that our tax rate would be 1.0629
Yes, sir.
per $100.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good question. Thank you. The next three items are very similar, and they are resolutions sanctioning the Harris County 4-H organization as an approved student extracurricular activity. And that is pending, of course, satisfactory criminal history report and verification of eligibility for participation of the following staff members. So the first one is Harris County, then we'll go to Montgomery County, and then to Waller. In Harris County, we have Stephen Frederick, Zachary Giblin, Sydney Taylor Sharp, Isabella Fowler Snyder, Kiera Carrasco, Brenna Smith, and Angela Camarillo. The same thing for adjunct faculty members for Montgomery County are M. Michelle Mahalik, Brandon Gregson, Caroline Cruz, Michael Potter, and Alyssa Sims. And then the final for Waller County, Russell Ford, Clara Cofield, Zaandria Warren, Stedfield Douglas, Matthew March, and Sean Russell. Item F is to approve the interlocal agreement between Tomball ISD and Klein ISD for transportation of students expelled to the Harris County JJAEP. And again, that is something that you approve annually. Item J may seem familiar, but as we continue to add professionals to the list, I do need for you to approve the 25-26 Texas Teacher Evaluation and Support System, otherwise known as T-Test, appraisal list. Item H is to approve the recommendation to award the RFP as listed to Gamma Construction for the construction of the Agricultural Center and competitive soccer field at Tomball West High School with a construction cost of $10,290,000 and an overall budget of $11,300,000 using bonds 2021 funds. Approved I'm asking for the approval of the attachment of a list, and it is quite extensive, for vendors to serve as professional services consultants for Tomball ISD Bond 2025 projects on an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, otherwise known as IDIQ basis under IDIQ RFP 99225-31. The final
Hey,
item.
Dr. Z.
Yes,
Can we
sir.
just talk about this a little bit? So-
Absolutely.
So this is a pretty robust list
It is.
across surveying, traffic engineering, roofing inspections, civil
Architects.
engineer, technology consulting, interior design, landscape architects. I mean, it's pretty robust. So what was the goal of this? This was to establish an approved vendor list so that as we execute different things going forward for the next period of time.
Yes, sir.
You have a ready-to-go list because you vetted them, they applied. Can you just talk a little bit about how you and team will be utilizing this?
I would love to talk about that. And I want to make it clear, the superintendent is not a part of this. So there is a team through Zach's office that works with a rubric of what we would like to see of the work to be done. Once that is all complete, a completed list comes to me, which is often the case. These are the individuals that through a vetted process, a very stringent rubric, have risen to the top based on the work that we are asking for them to do. And these are the individuals that we believe, the team believes, as they bring this to me, are the individuals that can do the best work for us. And that is why it is quite lengthy, and it does include a number of different areas and a lot of very talented professionals.
So if we reflect on Zach's presentation on the procurement process.
Yes.
This fits squarely into with the procurement process that you described and that we're adhering to. Okay.
And we really haven't deviated. You can go back several administrations, former CFOs and superintendents. I think it's worked for the district for years, and it's not something that we plan on changing. And it has served us well because we have a number of facilities and other projects have been completed and done quite well because I think the process has proven itself.
Okay, so if I pick on one particular category,
Okay.
I won't mention what the category is or names, but I mean, you may be as deep as 16 different vendors on this.
Yes, sir.
And so that's where your rubric and your ranking comes into play. And you're
Correct.
likely going to draw from those that scored more favorably
Correct.
than those that did not.
Yes, sir.
Because the rubric is what created the ranking ultimately.
Correct.
Okay.
But in some cases, right, it's 2 were approved. In other cases, it's 6 out of the 17
Exactly.
that applied, right?
Just 16 is a lot, so I mean,
Yeah.
just, it's a deep list. But
But
you're
not all
right,
16 were necessarily approved.
right.
Correct.
There's one here that, okay, let's talk about that. So expound a little bit more on that one, because my understanding was if there's 16 listed, they made the approved vendor list.
Go back to the front.
Okay, is it specified there?
Yeah, there.
Those are all the ones. So
Okay.
listed on page 2, starting on page 2, you'll see the category and every one. Some of the categories have 2, some have 5, some have 10, depending on what the category is.
Okay, so the one category I was looking at had 16. This list looks more like
Pared down
9
to
or 10.
about, correct.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you for clarifying that. As far as conflict of interest, if anybody that was involved in this procurement process had a conflict of interest, they were removed from the recommendation?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate you explaining that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's nice how it ties together too with the next item, right? So,
Yes.
for instance, you've got a list there of many architects, okay? But they're to be used in the form of consultants. So we may need some insight into some project, and you can go to them, but it's not like, because of the limitations that we're putting on the dollar amounts in the next item, it's not like that's the architect you're going to be using for a new school
Correct.
necessarily. I know we've already got architects selected for most of them, but, so I like the way the two work together. And of course, on your, on this particular agenda item, many of the names are ones that have done work for
That are
us
familiar,
in the
right.
past.
And we have done, I think, a good job of inviting new opportunities for people over time, which we're always
Yeah,
happy
there-
to.
there are plenty of
And we
new
still
ones on
have
there.
some projects out there that have not been specified.
So let's play that out a little bit more. So if I reflect on one of our junior highs, had some water damage.
Yes.
And while the architecture firm that was chosen to ultimately design that school, they might not have been the architecture firm that we leaned in on for their professional services to help us get through the water damage circumstances. Is that
Correct.
kind of how to think about it?
Correct.
So one architect was the designer of the school, but at a different time when we have a need, a professional service need, we may not go back to that original architect. We may lean on somebody from this list.
We may or may not, exactly. And this gives us the opportunity to conduct business with anyone on that list based on the body of work, the timing. They may say, we would love to do this, but we have a number of projects at this time, and that likely won't happen, but it could.
Can't do it, yeah, I got it.
But I think the limitation on that though, Michael, is this is only in respect to bond 2025 projects.
Correct.
So it wouldn't, the hypothetical you proved, or you provided.
Wasn't bond related.
Yeah, so that would be the limitation that I saw.
Okay, that's a good clarity. So
That
this
is-
list is really specific to bond
The next,
2025.
correct, the work that we're in.
Okay.
Completing 21, starting 25. Well, we're in 25.
That's correct. It's just for bond 2025 because we already have a list for bond
Of
2021.
2021. That one's all been,
Got it. Thank you.
And was
Two-
the process to be evaluated, right? It says LAN received submittals. Was that an open process to be evaluated?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Oh,
It's the process is laid out, right? Because this
Yeah.
is a particular
so,
type
so
of.
it's an open response as far as anybody could apply, or anybody could
Oh, right.
submit.
To get on the list to
yes.
be
Right.
evaluated?
Yes.
And they are very familiar
It's-
with this. Everyone on this list is familiar with the process. It's the work that they do
And
in
we-
various
We
districts.
go through an advertising process, just
There's a requirement that
Yeah,
has to be
it's
followed.
IDIQ, right? This is the type of procurement, IDIQ, and there's at least, I don't know if it's statutory or if it's regulatory, but you have certain steps you've got to go through in order to qualify for IDIQ procurement.
Correct.
And
So
then
that would be it.
ultimately, the conclusion that says the evaluation committee, who is the evaluation committee?
So that consisted of myself, LAN's team, as well as Mr. Jim Ross, Mitch Lee, and Casey Fields. That was everybody.
Mitch Lee and Casey are Tomball ISD employees.
They are,
Correct.
and as well as Jim Ross.
Moving into what Mr. McStravick was alluding to, the next item and the final item for the evening is to approve the not-to-exceed budgets for professional services provided by the vendors approved. If you so approve I, then J is saying we're approving that you not exceed the budgets under IDIQ RFQ number listed for bond 2025 projects as listed in the attachment. So that is what Mr. McStravick was alluding to regarding the restrictions on dollar amounts. And that, President Dr. Pratt, concludes the meeting for tomorrow night.
Thank you, Dr. Z.
Welcome.
Any saved rounds, alibis for the superintendent as everyone's reflected on the consent agenda or considered agenda that we wanted to come back to? Okay.
The policy updates, I skimmed through them. I didn't understand the one about attendance. Can you summarize the changes, or it's tomorrow perhaps, the attendance policy? Yeah.
Attendance.
Was it?
Attendance for credit?
Oh, attendance for credit. So that's in-
FEC local.
That was,
Okay.
okay.
Karen, would you like to step up? Because I know you worked more closely with the board and clarify
So this is item F on the consent agenda. Karen, specifically FEC local. The title is attendance for credit.
I don't think you're on. Hold on. Kind of tap it. Okay, we need to get the mic on. Tap it a little bit more. Thought they were done with reports, I'm sure.
Okay.
There
it
you
is.
go.
Okay, I think if I recall, and I'm sorry, I don't have that one in front of me right now, but I believe the change was just to clarify that if you're going to average, is that the one you're looking at, the average of 2 semesters? Was that?
That one was to give partial credit for the
Right.
grade.
Right.
But I didn't understand the attendance part.
Which part specifically were you?
I don't have it in
understand?
front of me either.
Okay.
It could be a tomorrow question.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at, I'll bring it with me tomorrow, and I
Okay. So,
apologize.
yeah,
I
if
didn't
you
bring
could
that one.
formulate your actual question, and then we'll
Yeah.
be prepared for
And
the
and
answer.
let us know what the question and the answer was so that everyone's in the know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Karen.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll turn the meeting back over to Dr. Pratt.
Okay, we are going into closed session, but before I do that, I'd like to proceed with the board comments opportunity. And so turn it over to my fellow board members for any comments at this time. I'd like to make a call out. So I had an opportunity to go to the Tomball Chamber of Commerce First Friday Luncheon, and there were 6 Grand Lakes Junior High School students that presented the colors. A Kylie Turley, Chelsea Peterson, Cesar Rodriguez, Tyler Knight, Alana Taylor, and Amber Hill. They presented the colors, but one of them beautifully plays the national anthem via the saxophone. And I have very rarely heard the national anthem performed by the saxophone, but by a junior high school student, and I was super impressed. And so Paulette and the music folks at Grand Lakes Junior High, that I know it's a big team effort, certainly the intermediate school that fed that, fantastic, beautiful, worth a call out. And so congratulations to those 6 students. Their confidence, frankly, impressed me to the point that I'm recognizing them at tonight's meeting. So maybe there's an opportunity in the future where we could have them as a guest for our board meeting.
I like
But
Jackie.
I don't want to
Principal's
put
got a thumb up
yeah,
back there.
I don't want to put pressure on anybody for that.
I
so.
think they would absolutely love that. They have been doing this for some time. So it is nice to have, we often see high school students in this type of a presentation, but it is wonderful to see the junior high students that don't always get that opportunity to put their talents on display for our whole community, and I'm proud of that group. They've come for well over a year. Is that correct, Bruce? Yeah, very nice.
And I know there's the same talent at our other junior highs.
Absolutely.
But that one really stood out to me, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Okay. At this time, the board will now convene in a closed session for the purposes authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, including but not limited to the following sections and purposes. Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with board attorney regarding all matters as authorized by law. Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. And Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding security, personnel, or devices. I need to pause there and seek counsel. I want to make sure that Texas Government Code 551.074 is inclusive of a superintendent appraisal item. It is, okay. So 551.074 is inclusive of discussion that we want to have about the superintendent's appraisal. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 6:28 p.m. Central, and we will now step into closed session.
That was fast.
The board will now reconvene in open meeting. The time is now 10 p.m. Central. At this point, board, we've already had our board comment section, so I will seek a motion for adjournment.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. White, seconded by Mr. McStravick. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Carries unanimously. The meeting is now adjourned at 10:01 p.m.